Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you may be. Welcome to the virtual ceremony for the Philippines signing of the HCCH Child Support Convention. Before we begin our program, please be reminded of the following house rules that you will be seeing on your screens now. Today, we celebrate an important milestone as we join an international convention that aims to facilitate child support, an important social strand in our society. To formally open our program, may we now call on the chief initiator of the Philippines membership to the HCCH, our ambassador to The Hague, Ambassador Jose Eduardo Malaya. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, sir.
At kasamahan sa Pilipinas, greetings from The Hague, the international city of peace and justice, and according to UN Secretary General Boutros Ghali, the legal capital of the world. And welcome to our program on the Philippines signing of the HCCH Child Support Convention. Through the medium of information technology, we are gathered for this event from at least 4 capitals of the world: Manila, The Hague, Berlin, and Seoul, Korea, for an important cause, ensuring the rights and welfare of children. We are certainly deeply appreciative of the online presence of Chief Justice Diosdado Peralta, Justice Amy Lazaro Javier, Justice Gigi Kimpo Sale, the host, Assistant Secretary Igor Bailen of DFA, and Assistant Secretary Relova of the DSWD, and many other senior officials of the Philippine government. I'm speaking before you at the premises of the Philippine Embassy in The Hague, and thereafter I'll proceed to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to join Secretary General Christophe Bernasconi for the signing ceremony. The Philippines is relatively a newcomer to the processes of the HCCH, which has been in operation since 1893, or some 129 years ago. The Philippines became a member only in 2011, when we at the then Office of Legal Affairs, now called the Office of Treaties and Legal Affairs of the DFA, took steps to join this international organization, which is devoted to the progressive unification of the rules of private international law. We took this step in view of the urgent need to address the growing numbers and complexity of the legal transactions involving or affecting Filipinos working and residing overseas, as well as Philippine businesses operating in foreign countries, such as the authentication of their documents, the serving of legal documents on party litigants overseas, and the adoption of Filipino children by foreign foster parents. I believe we have been proactive and been able to catch up in terms of the accessions we have had in recent years, namely to the Inter-Country Adoption Convention in 1999, as you note, before we even became a formal member, the civil aspects of International Child Abduction Convention in 2016, the Apostille Convention in 2019, the Service Convention in 2020, and today, the signing of the Child Support Convention. As you may have noticed, this is our 3rd convention relating to children, which reflects the high value we accord to them. We would not have been able to reach this 5th milestone without the initiative, dedication, and hard work of a number of key partners. First, the DFA Office of Treaties and Legal Affairs, headed by Assistant Secretary Igor Bailen, who will speak before us shortly, and he is proceeding to Moscow very soon as the Philippine ambassador there. Treaties Director Shirley Nuevo and Jillian De Dumo Cornista, now serving at our Embassy in Seoul. Our initiatives in the HCCH were significantly facilitated by the Supreme Court of the Philippines, which saw the value of the HCCH conventions as embodying the best practices in the field, and thus serving as benchmarks in streamlining our processes and procedures at home. The Supreme Court, through the extraordinary leadership of Chief Justice Peralta, thank you, sir, who himself visited The Hague 2 years ago, and current Chief Justice Alexander Gesmundo issued the relevant circulars facilitating the implementation of the conventions. We also would like to acknowledge the expert guidance and significant contributions of Professor Elizabeth Aguiling Pangalangan, who has served as expert and advisor to the embassy in HCCH meetings in The Hague. Finally, our thanks to the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the arrangements for today's signing ceremony, including its video streaming, and to Secretary General Bernasconi and the HCCH Secretariat for their guidance and encouragement. In appreciation of the significant role of the HCCH in facilitating interstate legal transactions throughout the world, and as further support to their operations, I am pleased to announce that the Philippine government is making a voluntary contribution of $10,000 to the HCCH in addition to our payment of our annual regular dues. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, there are perhaps few causes and advocacies around which are more noble than ensuring the welfare and future of children. Thus, the commitment of many of us to this endeavor. For us at the Embassy and the DFA, this advocacy is all the more important as it manifests in concrete manner the relevance of our work and affirm the vital function of diplomacy and international law as having direct impact and benefit to people. Thank you well. Thank you. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay.
Thank you, sir, for that inspiring message. To also give us a message of support, let us welcome someone whose support was very instrumental for us to reach this milestone. Let us all welcome the Honorable former Chief Justice, Justado M. Peralta. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning. Dr. Christopher Bernasconi, The Hague Conference on Private International Secretary General, His Excellency J. Eduardo Malaya, my good friend, Philippine Ambassador to The Hague, Netherlands, Mr. Joels van Egenhoven, Honorable Court of Appeals Associate Justice Angeline Merikimpo Sale, Foreign Affairs Assistant Secretary Igor Bailen, Social Work and Development Assistant Secretary Glenda Relova, Professor Elizabeth Aguiling Pangalangan, Attorney Gillian Joyce De Dumo Cornista, distinguished guests, good afternoon, everyone. Before anything else, I extend my sincerest gratitude to the Office of Treaties and Legal Affairs of the Department of Foreign Affairs for inviting me to today's signing of the Hague Conference on Private International Law 2007 Child Support Convention. This affords me a personal window to this significant event as the Philippines prepares for the ratification of the convention. As a previous head of the Philippine judiciary, allow me to speak on this important occasion from the standpoint of the experience of the courts as regards the HCCH Child Support Convention. It was in September 2020, on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the Philippine accession to the HCCH, when the Supreme Court, through the Philippine Judicial Academy, or PhilJA, and the Office of the Court Administrator, or OCA, and the Department of Foreign Affairs, Office of the Treaties and Legal Affairs organized a series of information campaigns to increase the awareness of our justices, judges, and members of the bar and members of the legal academy on the work of the HCCH conventions and its impact on the Philippine legal setting. The formal presentation to the stakeholders of the various HCCH conventions to which the Philippines is state party was a timely one, as the Supreme Court then had recently created the Special Committee on the Hague Convention on Child Support to formulate rules for possible adoption of the Child Support Convention in the rules of procedure by presenting the concepts involved in HCCH conventions, the effects they have and would have in the country's legal environment, and the modes by which this could be utilized, brought to the fore the relevant issues in private international law that were and still are applicable to our jurisdiction. Having personally witnessed the deposit of the instrument of the country's accession to the HCCH Service Convention in The Hague, Netherlands, in March 2020 as Chief Justice, I was presented an overview by the officials of the HCCH led by Dr. Bernasconi on the conventions of the interest to the Philippine judiciary. This included the Child Support and Maintenance Convention, the Choice of Court Convention, the Evidence Convention, and most significantly, the Recognition and Enforcement of Foreign Judgment Conviction. The discourse then reinforced my belief that the Supreme Court's reform path regarding the integration in our procedural rules of norms that are embodied in international instruments was demonstrative of the Philippine judiciary's capability to respond to the challenges posed by key issues in the field of private international law. I mentioned the significance of the recognition and enforcement of Foreign Judgment Convention as the Supreme Court of the Philippines then was working on the need to provide fast and timely procedural rules that would govern actions for support and petitions for recognition and enforcement of foreign decisions or judgments on support. As I have mentioned earlier, the court had in September 2020 created the Committee on Child Support Convention in order to formalize the rules then applicable, provisional rules and rules of ordinary civil actions as regards the recovery of child support. After a considerable amount of consultations and discussions with various agencies, the court 6 months later adopted and approved the rules on action for support and petition for recognition and enforcement of foreign decisions or judgment on support. The rules which were approved during my term as Chief Justice provide for a procedure to determine the rights and obligations of individuals to give and receive support, and the recognition and prompt enforcement of judgments or decisions for support in accordance with applicable laws to promote the best interests of the child. By considering the developments in both procedural and substantive law, as well as international conventions, the rules were adopted with the view of providing an authentic legal recourse to many Filipinos who are seeking cross-border child and spousal support or recognition and enforcement of support decisions or judgments rendered by a foreign body or court. These rules are a result of the efforts of the Supreme Court to stay attuned to the demands of increasingly globalized system that is fast changing our economic, social, and political background. As we virtually gathered today to witness the Philippine government signing of the HCCH Child Support Convention, I cannot help but feel proud of the actions taken by the Philippine courts in providing viable solutions to key issues within the realm of private international law. And I remain optimistic of the potential advantages that the HCCH conventions will have in our country and in our daily lives. Thank you. Mabuhay tayong lahat. Salamat po.
Thank you, sir, for that inspiring set of messages. To give her message and introduce us to the Child Support Convention, let us also welcome the Philippines representative to the HCCH Technical Experts Working Group, a legal luminary in the field of private international law in the Philippines, Professor Elizabeth Aguiling Pangalangan. Good morning from Germany, ma'am.
Good morning. Honorable Diosdado Peralta, former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Philippines, His Excellency J. Eduardo Malaya, Ambassador of the Republic of the Philippines to the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Dr. Christoph Bernasconi, Secretary General of the Hague Conference of Private International Law, Honorable Angeline Mary Kimposale, Associate Justice of the Court of Appeals of the Philippines, Attorney Igor Bailen, Assistant Secretary, Department of Foreign Affairs, Office of Treaties and Legal Affairs, Director Jules van Eindhoven, Head of the Treaties Division, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Attorney George Ortha, Chief State Counsel, Department of Justice, Dr. Glenda Relova, Assistant Secretary of the Department of Social Work and Development, Mr. Philippe Lorty, First Secretary of the Hague Conference on Private International Law, and Mr. Rijks Bokhalt, Legal Officer, Treaties Division, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good afternoon. The Convention on the International Recovery of Child Support and Other Forms of Family Maintenance has for its goal the effective international recovery of child support and other forms of maintenance, mainly arising from a parent-child relationship. It provides simplified procedures for the recognition and enforcement of maintenance judgment made in contracting states. The Philippine provisions on support are found in the Family Code of the Philippines, which, however, does not address the problem of international recovery of child support. Accession to the Child Support Convention, brought about by the thoughtful and passionate work of the Department of Foreign Affairs through the Office of Treaties and Legal Affairs, headed then by now Ambassador Eduardo Malaya and its present Director, Assistant Secretary Igor Bailen, will address this issue, which is particularly relevant in our jurisdiction. Consider that Philippine census data as of May 2020 show that the Philippines has a population of over 109 million, and of these, 10.2 million live abroad. Likewise, an estimated 2.2 million Filipinos work as overseas Filipino workers. With a diaspora of Filipinos, we have seen an increase in the number of mixed marriages and unmarried cohabitation in foreign countries. In the Philippines, our Statistics Authority has recorded that there have been an increase in the number of marriages and an increase in the number of cohabitation, unmarried cohabitation. Thus, as of 2019, 53% of the total registered childbirths were born outside of wedlock. This is confirmed in today's news, where a survey conducted by the Catholic Church-run Radio Veritas in the Philippines showed that more and more Catholics approve of couples living together without getting married. Add to these realities is the steady increase in the number of legal separations, marriage annulments, declarations of nullity of marriage, as well as foreign divorces falling under Article 26 of the Family Code, which are recognized in the Philippines. In all of these situations, the matter of child support is the most intractable challenge. In May 2021, the Supreme Court issued the Rules on Action for Support and Petition for Recognition and Enforcement of Foreign Decisions or Judgment on Support. Part of the Peralta Court legacy, the rules made reference in its preamble to the Philippine possible accession to the 2007 Hague Convention on Child Support, which, and I quote, will benefit many Filipinos seeking cross-border child and, on a limited extent, spousal support, and facilitate the efficient recognition and enforcement of support decisions or judgments rendered by a foreign body or court. End of quote. These rules are the outcome of the judicious work of the Supreme Court Special Committee on the Hague Child Support Convention. In providing for the recognition and swift enforcement of child support, judgments, and decisions, the rules promote the best interests of the child, a standard established in the Convention of the Rights of the Child that is embraced by Philippine courts. These rules ensure the application of these norms within the Philippines. But for cross-border maintenance claims, the Philippine accession to the Child Support Convention is crucial for the recognition and enforcement of Philippine judgments in other contracting states. The urgency in providing support has been underscored in several Supreme Court cases, including Gan versus Reyes, where the court held that, and I quote, judgments in actions for support are immediately executory. In all cases involving a child, his interest and welfare are always the paramount concerns. In view of the poverty of the child, it would be a travesty of justice to refuse in support until the decision of the trial court attains finality, while time continues to slip away. The court goes on to say, one cannot delay the payment of such funds for support and education for the reason that if paid long afterwards, however much the accumulated amount, its payment cannot cure the evil and repair the damage caused. In conclusion, the Child Support Convention gives flesh to the Philippine commitment to the rights of the child. The words of Eleanor Roosevelt resonate today. She said, "Where, after all, the universal human rights begin? In small places close to home, so close and so small that they cannot be seen on any map of the world. Yet they are the world of the individual person, the neighborhood he lives in, the school or college he attends, the factory, farms, or office where he works. Such are the places where every man, woman, or child seeks equal justice, equal opportunity, equal dignity without discrimination. Unless these rights have meaning there, they have little meaning anywhere." What we do today may seem like a technical legal measure that might be difficult for experts to explain to the public, but it will unquestionably touch the lives of countless innocent children for whom the resulting blessings of child support will be easy to understand. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that inspiring message. To give us also an overview of how the convention will affect our judicial system, let us all welcome someone who is a member of the Supreme Court Rules Committee Technical Working Group responsible for the drafting of the rules and action on petitions for the recognition and enforcement of foreign support judgments. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Honorable Justice Angeline Mary Kimpo Sale. Good morning, good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon. Okay, I wasn't informed about this earlier, but still, at least I could share our experience regarding how we prepared the rules and action for support and petition for recognition and enforcement of our decisions or judgments on support. Okay, the Supreme Court created a special committee on this. This was under Chief Justice Diosdado Peralta, and our consultant was Chief Justice Teresita Leonardo de Castro. And we met virtually. We had several meetings, and then we had as resource persons, two very important persons who gave us a lot of input regarding our preparation of the rules. And the very first one was Secretary Philip Lordy. He gave us how the rules in the other countries are, and then the second one was Professor Elizabeth Pangalangan, and she how we would be able to put the foreign rules and then our domestic rules and our procedure together. And so we were able to do that, and then this was also presided by then Court Administrator, now Justice Jose Maidas Marquez. And and then we drafted, and then we commented on each other's submissions, and then we submitted it after we had consultation with Chief Justice Teresita Leonardo de Castro. She approved it, and then we submitted it to the Supreme Court. And the rules that we prepared is very, very important and very relevant, because when I was a family court judge, we had problems regarding what kind of rules should we follow, because the family courts in the Philippines, we have special rules of procedure different from the regular rules of court. Okay, we have the rule on declaration of nullity of marriage, or annulment of marriage, rule on legal separation. We have the rule on custody of minor children, and the writ of habeas corpus in relation to custody of children. So we have special rules of procedure. But as to support, many persons, especially when we give our lectures in PhilJA, the Philippine Judicial Academy, many people ask us, where can we find a rule on support? And so we have to answer it. We just follow the regular procedure in the rules of court. So that is what happened, and many people got confused, because we have a special rule of procedure for custody, but we don't have a rule of procedure for support. And usually the cases filed are custody and support, they go together. So with the preparation of the rules and action for support, this kind of gave a special, a particular procedure for support. Okay, and we included the recognition and enforcement of foreign decisions or judgments of support here. So that's why it's a broad perspective. It will cater to the needs of those who are in the domestic front, and it will also cater to those who are abroad and who would like to avail of the support here in the Philippines by virtue of the Philippine courts. So that's how we were able to come up with this, and this is also a very a landmark for us, because it sort of paves the way for us to be able to go to another Hague Convention regarding child abduction. So we thank so much Chief Justice Peralta for giving us this opportunity to come up with the rules and actions for support. I would like to mention the persons who are very important. Justice Estela Perlas Bernabe, because she is the current chairperson of the Committee on Family Courts and Juvenile Concerns, and she was the one who constituted that special committee on the rules and actions for support. I would like to mention also the vice chairperson. Working chairperson, then Court Administrator Jose Maidas Marquez, now the Justice of the Supreme Court. And then the members of the special committee, we have Honorable Geraldine Macfiel Macaraig of the Court of Appeals. We have Honorable Maria Teresa Mendoza Arcega, Associate Justice also of the Sandigan Bayan. Honorable Dorifela Kapahimna, an Associate Justice of the Sandigan Bayan, yours truly. And then Judge Honorable Cristina Habalera Sulit, Presiding Judge of Makati, Branch 140. Honorable Cecily Burgos Villabert, Judge of the Regional Trial Court, Branch 89, Quezon City. And then we have Judge Sita Jose Clemente, Judge of Malolos, Bulacan, and Judge Jose Lorenzo de la Rosa, a Judge of Manila, and Attorney Laura De Rosario, the Judicial Reform Program Administrator. And then we have Attorney Dorothy Peralta, the representative of the Chief Justice. We had two consultants, okay? One is Chief Justice Teresita Leonardo de Castro, retired, and Judge Rosalina Luna Pison, and family court judge for more than before her retirement. So all of these members are or were family court judges for many years in the Philippines. And then for the secretariat, we would like also to thank Attorney Rogeline Adalit Benjola and Attorney Devery Jean Katrina Tumilba of the Office of Senior Associate Justice Estela Perlas Bernabe, Attorney Reynalyn Fan Francisco of the Philippine Judicial Academy, and Attorney Camille Sume Ting, Office of the Court Administrator. So all of them, they helped us create and formulate this special rule of procedure. So thank you very much for giving us this opportunity for the Department of Foreign Affairs. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice Saleh, for that inspiring message. To also give us a message, let us all welcome someone from the DSWD, an important government office and partner as we plan our steps in the implementation of the HCCH Child Support Convention. Let us all welcome Assistant Secretary Glenda D. Relova. Good morning, ma'am, or good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, and good morning. A pleasant day to all. First, I would like to greet Ambassador Eduardo Malaya, former Chief Justice Diosdado Peralta, Secretary General Dr. Christoph Bernasconi, Mr. Jules Van Eigenhoven, Justice Angeline Mary Kim Posale, Assistant Secretary Igor G. Bailen, and Professor Elizabeth Aguiling Pangalangan. Good afternoon and good morning again. The accession of the Philippines to the Hague Convention on Child Support is consistent with the DSWD's social protection mandate, specifically the welfare of Filipino children. The family is the basic unit of society. All efforts must be directed towards its preservation and strengthening. However, the family is beset with challenges on all areas of its development. Its breakdown, particularly marital conflict and differences between couples, causes lots of anxieties and even trauma to both parties, more so to their children. To cushion the effect of the separation, many efforts are needed to help the couple and children accept that situation, to identify and plan alternatives, and come up with a sound decision. These are when the expertise of the social workers and other professionals are required and valued. To ensure that the social workers are equipped in fulfilling their roles and responsibilities, the DSWD has crafted guidelines and procedures on how to manage cases involving child support, which are referred by courts, concerned agencies, and couples themselves. Administrative Order Number 7 Series of 2005 has described the roles and responsibilities of the social worker in each phases of case management, from the pre-filing or upon filing of case, during court proceedings, and upon or after the case resolution. With the accession to HCCH on child support, the DSWD has to revisit the administrative order and ensure that the whole of government approach and the provisions set in the convention are implemented. Moving towards the end goal of ensuring support for the children, the DSWD is looking forward to working with the different agencies to implement the Philippines' commitment to the convention. On behalf of the DSWD Secretary, Rolando Silito Di Bautista, may we always serve the Filipino children with kalinga at malasaki. Maraming salamat po sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary Relova, for this inspiring message. At this point, may we now show you a brief video on the HCCH support. Coordinated by the Permanent Bureau of the HCCH, the support was born out of the ambition to develop an electronic case management and secure communication system for the cross-border recovery of maintenance obligations under the 2009 Maintenance Regulation and the 2007 Child Support Convention. Let us all please watch this video.
In the last few decades, much has changed when it comes to families and relationships. Mixed marriages with partners from different countries have become more common. And increasingly, relationships end at some point in separation. If children are involved, one of the parents is often required to pay maintenance to dependent family members. In some cases, the former partner moves back to his or her country of origin and stops paying child support. This can lead to serious consequences for the well-being and development of children. Worldwide, the number of unpaid child support cases is around 1 million.
It can be challenging to recover child support in a cross-border setting. To obtain information on the legal remedies that are available or to find such information can be challenging. The legal cost involved with the recovery of child support can be quite high. It can also be rather challenging to work in a cross-border setting, to work in different time zones, different languages, different cultures, different legal traditions. In some cases, the applicant may fear to be in contact with the former spouse.
If a former partner stops paying child support, an applicant party can approach the central authority in his or her own country. A caseworker from this central authority can help build the case and send a request to the central authority in the debtor's country.
My name is Floor de Jong Bekali. I originally come from the Netherlands, but have been living in Norway for many years, and I work for the Norwegian Central Authority. Even though Norway is not part of the EU, our country is party to the 2007 Hague Child Support Convention. This convention provides a legal basis for the collection of maintenance for children and other family members within the European Union, but also other countries that are party to the convention outside of Europe.
Forms, letters and other information will normally be exchanged on paper via registered mail and be translated appropriately. This often entails substantial paper and translation costs for the central authorities.
iSupport is an electronic case management and secure communication system. It will help central authorities cooperating together, processing cases in different languages, and also to monitor child support payments. iSupport offers online secure communications using the e-Codex infrastructure. As e-Codex, it is in line with the EU regulation on data protection. It will protect confidential information about applicants, and iSupport is available free of charge.
The applicant puts in a request for payment via the central authority of his or her country, which in turn submits it via iSupport to the central authority in the debtor's country. When the central authority in the debtor's country has accepted the application, it will formally request the debtor to make a payment arrangement. When payment is received, it is transferred to the central authority in the applicant's country, which then ensures that the amount is allocated to the applicant. This procedure takes place without either of the parties gaining access to confidential information.
I have been involved in iSupport since the beginning in 2014. My department has been involved in testing of the system, and we've also been a pilot state. So we have been using the system in a testing capacity for the last 4 years. iSupport reduces paper and translation costs because it can translate forms directly into the languages that the other central authorities involved accept. iSupport and e-Codex provide secure electronic communication, and the systems accommodate an effective access to justice in these cases and provide children with the means for their well-being and development.
At this point of the program, may we now ask all our speakers to please open their videos so we can take a quick photo opportunity with everyone. Okay, can we now take a photo? Our team from the Office of Treaties and Legal Affairs, please. In 3, 2, 1, smile. Can we take another photo again? In 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you very much, ma'am and sirs. At this point, we will begin the signing ceremony live from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at The Hague, the Kingdom of Netherlands. The flow of the program will be shown on your screens, and please stand by as we facilitate the live ceremony. Thank you very much.
Yes.
I should have.
Well, again.
Okay.
Thank you. Again, it's a great pleasure to welcome you all here in The Hague and in Manila to this, I would say, hybrid signing ceremony of the Hague Child Support Convention. And it's the first time that we as a depository organize such a digital and streaming open ceremony. And I think, as I remarked earlier, I think that's very good. We have to adapt to modern times, I think. And I always think that everyone may see what we do here. It's good to be transparent and public about that. And especially in this occasion, because as a depository, we always welcome any signing or ratification, accession to an act, to a convention of which we are the depository, because that underlines the importance of the international legal order, international law, which are a symbol and the application of having good relations with this, between states and international organization. So for us, it's a thing to celebrate. It's, and I think the first time, and that's very unique, I would also say welcome to Mr. Byron in Manila, of course, yes. And I think then I would like to suggest that we now go to this signing ceremony of this convention, and that starts with Mr. Ambassador handing over to me the full powers, and then I will give you the place to sign the convention, of course. Yes.
Very well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
you will stand up. Yeah.
okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Duly signed and delivered to you.
Very well. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. With that, I took the convention from our vault. So this is the original of the convention. It's in 2 languages. It's in French and it's in English version, and we'll get a certified true copy of this, of course. And well, in the back we have the signing pages. Yeah, and also there was already taken care of that the Philippines would be able to sign. So, here
So recently added, or
no. That's
in anticipation.
yes, in anticipation.
No pressure.
So, if you would please sign.
Okay.
And then here. Then also your signature and also the date.
Above or
below?
Below. Okay. And today is February
18th.
18. Very well.
Thank you. Well, now.
Julie signed?
Oh, and
Join you for this picture. Yeah, of course.
Can I also join you? Philippe come also, yeah.
Yeah, Philippe, come.
All right. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll just leave it here. Now, and as of the proof that you've signed today here in The Hague, the convention, I have here for you procès-verbal, in which I state that I've witnessed you sign the convention. So
Yeah. Okay. Very well. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And also, this is the certified true copy of the text of the convention. It's in English and in French. It's also to be found on our treaty database
Mhm.
on the internet in the digital format.
Mhm.
And also from this night, it will be to be seen on the treaty database that the Philippines is now party to this convention. So,
Very well. Yeah, online.
online.
Right away.
Yes, online.
Okay, okay, okay.
Our assistant minister will deliver some message.
Yes.
Director.
Please, please, Mr. Biden, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon from Manila. I hope the weather is good, excellent over there in Manila. I spent so many good days before there. So on behalf of the Department of Foreign Affairs and our team from the Office of Treaties and Legal Affairs, I am very happy, I am very glad, and it is my privilege to join Ambassador Eduardo Malaya and our friends in the Netherlands. And without the inspiration and the leadership of Ambassador Malaya, who occupied the seat, as a matter of fact, for I did, and which soon I will soon vacate myself. Thank you, Ambassador Malaya, for the leadership and the vision that you've shared with us lawyer diplomats here in the Philippines about the power and the potential of these Hague conventions and how they can affect change for the better for private individuals, not just in the Philippines, but all over the world. And particularly this child support convention, it's been discussed in the Philippines since 2007, and finally it is about to enter into force for the Philippines, for the women and for the children, for their best interests, that we ratify it. So basically, my message is one of gratitude and thanks. I first would like to thank our partners in the Netherlands. Firstly, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Our partnership extends for such a long time already, and we are very happy that it is Ambassador Malaya who is there now to enhance that partnership to greater heights. And thank you, Mr. Jules van Eindhoven. I hope I got the pronunciation right. I had to get some coaching from my staff. So thank you. To your team in the Treaties Division of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as depositary of the convention for graciously allowing the Philippines to witness and take part in this very important ceremony. And secondly, of course, the Conferencia de la Hague, the HCCH, the Hague Conference, represented here by Dr. Christophe Bernasconi. We still have very excellent memories when you were here years ago, just before the pandemic struck the world. We had a very good event last time, and we hope you could visit us soon. So thank you, Dr. Bernasconi, and of course to the First Secretary of the HCCH, Mr. Philippe Lorty, for guiding the Philippines concerning the HCCH conventions. And secondly, of course, I'd like to thank and extend our appreciation for our partners here in the Philippines. And there are 6 members of the interagency in addition to DFA, which made this deposit possible. First is the Department of Social Work and Development, who take care of our best interests of the children, led by Secretary Rolando Celito Bautista, who I believe is with us this afternoon. And second, the Public Affairs Office. Third, the Department of Justice. And Secretary Gueval is represented by Chief State Counsel George Ortha, with whom we work very well on a lot of these the Hague Conference documents. And number 5, the Office of the Solicitor General. And of course, last but not the least, the Supreme Court of the Philippines, not another agency. It's definitely the third co-equal department of the government of the Philippines. If not for their leadership also, the Philippines' accession to a lot of these Hague Conference documents would not be possible. And that was led when Ambassador Ed Malaya was my predecessor here in the Supreme Court was the former Chief Justice of the Philippines, Diosdado Peralta. I think Chief Justice Peralta is with us this afternoon. So thank you very much, Your Honor, for the leadership that you've shared with Ambassador Malaya for us to be able to be a party to this convention. Of course, definitely it would have been an important occasion. If not for the pandemic, I would have been happy to be in The Hague again in late winter to witness this important ceremony. It would have been delightful if I were there, that we would be together, but for the pandemic. But this important signing event, it is taking place despite the pandemic. I think it is more important than the pandemic that it is happening. We're overcoming it. The DFA, I would like to inform you, the Department of Foreign Affairs, we have submitted our ratification package of this Child Support Convention, including our draft instrument of ratification to the Office of the President. And with the signing of this convention accomplished, we can proceed to inform the Office of the President of this development so that the instrument of ratification can be submitted for the President's consideration. So we have won half of the battle. And you will agree that the other half of the battle is actually implementing the convention for the best interest of the children and for the support of their parents, especially their mothers. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, this is perhaps my last official function as the legal advisor of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Like Ambassador Malaya, I shall be handling an embassy quite soon in the next few days, actually. And I'm very happy that this important event has taken place with my participation to sum up the experience, the beautiful experience I've had succeeding Ambassador Ed Malaya to this office. So I am very proud of our team from the Office of Treaties and Legal Affairs for our ability to fulfill our commitment to be part of this convention. And I am confident that our embassy in The Hague, under the leadership of Ambassador Malaya, would be equal to the task of completing the remaining task of depositing our instrument of ratification. I just have to make a shout out to our director, Shirley Nuevo, who from the side of the DFA here in Manila, led the efforts to touch base with our embassy in Den Haag to make this day possible. And of course, we've been inspired by Ambassador Eduardo Malaya to do this. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, sirs, let me recall that the Philippines will be hosting the 5th HCCH Asia Pacific Regional Conference later this year. We are crossing our fingers, and we have started welcoming fully vaccinated tourists into Manila. I think with more safety measures, we are hopefully on track to be able to, if not defeat, then tame this virus so that we can have the conference later this year. And we look forward to welcoming again our friends and partners from Den Haag. And I hope that I myself will be invited part of that. And until then, thank you again very much from the Philippines. I wish all of you a safe and healthy weekend, and mabuhay from Manila. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now I think the floor is yours. Yep.
Excellencies, both here in The Hague and in Manila, dear colleagues from the Embassy, the Permanent Bureau, and of course, indeed, our host, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It gives me great pleasure on this happy and indeed historic occasion to address in particular a few words of thanks to those who made this important step possible. First and foremost, I would like to thank my dear friend, and I'm honored to be able to say he is a dear friend, Ed Malaya, because you have indeed been the dynamo that we are always looking for to make such developments happen. I remember very well when we met for the first time, that was before 2010, when the Philippines became a member of the HCCH. We had breakfast in a hotel in Manila, you remember? And you came with your blue book of treaties and including Hague Conventions. And I immediately felt that there was something growing, a relationship growing, but also something that would turn into a huge benefit for the organization and indeed the Philippines as a recipient of the work that comes out of the HCCH. And ever since then, the Philippines has been actively involved in the work of the HCCH and has shown great interest in signing up and becoming parties to currently 4 conventions, and the 5th is more than in the pipeline because we're about there to make the Philippines a contracting party. So thank you very much indeed, Ed, for all that you have done. My thanks, of course, also go to Igor Balin for all you have done these past years to make this development possible, and it gives me great pleasure to be able to have this ceremony just before you start writing the next chapter of your professional life. And I know what responsibilities are ahead of you and waiting for you. And we wish you all the very best from our side for this next chapter. And I do indeed hope and very much look forward to seeing you again, hopefully in Manila, on the occasion of the next Asia Pacific conference. But it was very significant that you could take part in today's event, because we know how instrumental you have also been in making this possible. I would also like to mention, in no particular order, I guess, but the Chief Justices Peralta and Gismondo have both been extremely supportive of this development, making sure that the working group was established to develop the necessary rules and the framework that would enable the effective operation of the convention in the future. So I would like to thank all the justices and the members of this working group for their important work. It is also always very important to get support from the academia, and I know also that the academia has been very much supportive in the Philippines of this development. And of course, our dear friend Beatriz Parangalang is always a prime representative of the academia and such a strong and warm supporter of our work. So thank you for that as well. I always like to say that the Child Support Convention, and Philippe knows this and is maybe tired of hearing me say so, but I always say that the Child Support Convention is the next big thing in the family law area of the Hague Conventions, the HCCH Conventions, and that's simply because the subject matter that it addresses is of such immense practical importance that I cannot wait until we have more contracting parties on board to really make this instrument the practical reality that it deserves to be, and frankly speaking, must be. And so with each signature and with each ratification, we get a step closer to this reality. And that's why today's event is also so important and significant. Not just for the Philippines, and we know how important the diaspora also is for Philippines, and how naturally you are exposed to cross-border cases. So for you, private international law is a daily reality. But indeed also the signal that you send out to other states in the region and indeed around the world to support the importance of this convention. So thank you very much for that. And yes, we look very much forward to the next Asia Pacific Regional Conference in Manila later this year. It will give me great pleasure to going back to Manila. Always bringing back fond memories, and so thank you for making that possible as well. And last but certainly not least, our dear thanks also go to our friends at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much for your kindness, your professionalism, and your flexibility in making the event in this form, historic form, possible. I have the feeling we will see each other very soon again during CGAP, hopefully for the next chapter in this particular case, but I think it looks promising, if I may say so, but also a few other treaty actions in the pipeline that we look forward to witnessing during CGAP. So thank you very much all, and again, thank you, Igor, and all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Christophe. And I think the next item on our agenda is taking of photos. Yes. You wanted to say anything further on? I'm not sure. But then, if not, then we can take any photos if you want. Take photos of this for the group.
Thank you, Director Ido. For purposes of our guests in Manila, because we have a saying that if there's no photo, there's no event. Yeah. We would like to request our guests here, our dignitaries here, to face the camera of the monitor so they can screen grab everyone together with the guests in Manila. And my request, Mr. Philippe Lorty, please, if you can take this place.
And while we set up, can I also say that Philippe and his team remain, of course, at your disposal for any further information that you may require. And that's true here at the embassy, but also in Manila. So if you need any further information, Philippe will be your man as he is in charge of this important convention. Thank you.
I think Rick stepped out a bit to check on the clarity of the camera because it's a bit blurred.
It looks
registers.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah. While he tries to fix that, I may just mention to our friends in Manila, if they're hearing us, that this is a first for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in terms of video streaming, a treaty signing event. So really, we are very, very grateful for them for making this event possible. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Yeah. And I understand you've all been working with treaties and international law as well as we do. So they understand, of course. Well, in this field, this is quite new, of course. Yes.
Is the next step the electronic signature?
Well, but but it's
just throwing that out.
Excellencies, on my count, please face the monitor. 1, 2, 3. Click, please. Again. 1, 2, 3. And finally, for safety. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you so much, Excellencies. Director Eindhoven, I turn over back to you.
I think it's good if we also take one final picture with the three of you socially distanced, and maybe the ambassador in the middle holding the convention, and then Gilles to his left and Christophe to his right.
And that will be the official one.
The official one, yes.
The official one for your website, Christophe. I know that you appreciate to have a picture. Let me take a coffee and other disturbances.
Yes.
This one? Okay.
Yeah.
It's not the original, it's better.
Yeah. This one?
Yes.
Okay.
A bit more distance, sure, that everybody's a bit...
Still have to keep this.
Exactly, yes.
In the public eyes.
Yeah. These pictures are for eternity, so...
All right, on 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. One more time. 1, 2, 3. I'm the one smiling at 1, 2, 3. Fantastic. Thank you.
Take one as well for our internal purposes, if you don't mind. Excellent.
Okay, very well.
Thank you very much for witnessing the live signing of the HCCH Child Support Convention by the Philippines. At this point, the program has now ended. Thank you very much for being with us. Please do not forget to fill up your feedback form to get your certificates of participation to be emailed to your respective email addresses. The feedback form will now be officially shown on your screen. Thank you very much for our distinguished guests, Professor Elizabeth Pangalangan, Assistant Secretary Glenda Relova, Justice Kim Posale, and former Chief Justice Justado Peralta for joining us in today's activity. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you po, Chief Justice.
Thank
Thank you po.
you.
Professor Pangalan, thank you po.
Thank you. Nice seeing you po.
Thank you po.
Bye.
Salamat po sa DFA.
Hi.
Hello from Berlin. I'm in Berlin now, so glad to see you in Manila.
Ingat
See you
po.
Chief
Bye-bye.
Professor Pangalangan po yung resource person po.
Nice seeing you again po, Justice.
At saka si Mr. Philip
Bye-bye.
Dorothy, silang dalawa po.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Recording.